I can only hope that it was actually recording. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Okay, now it says it's recording on the software, but on my stream deck it... Why? Okay, so there might be two pieces of this that I'll have to clip together.
Okay.
That better be how it is. Okay, just in case, let's explain what's happening so far. So Phoenix is pretty, let's just say he's pretty suspicious of Gant, as we all are.
Yep. Everyone's suspicious of Gant. We don't know his true intentions. Also, we found that handprint on that leather jacket or leather piece of cloth.
Yeah,
or
that
something.
little leather. Let's take a look at that again. There it is. Okay, piece of cloth found in Chief Gant's safe. Evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma Sky's print.
Remember, also, we went into Gant's office and found out that he's been hiding evidence from a case 15 years ago. No, 2 years ago. My bad. 2 years ago. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything.
True. Not yet.
In any moment, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty.
But she didn't do it!
I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say.
This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. Oh, so we're gonna get her to testify?
The truth?
Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past.
That depends on you.
Huh?
If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened.
I'll think about it. See you in court, right?
I'm gonna check my files real fast. I want to see if that clip did record or not.
All right.
Let's see. No, it didn't. Okay, good thing I caught that early.
Yeah.
If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
I'm so sorry, my screen's so behind. Okay, there we go. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Really? Hold on, let me, I'm gonna reboot the screen share. What is going on? My system is so buggy today. Friggin' Windows. It forced an update and it's probably screwing with a bunch of settings.
I had that same update as well.
Microsoft, can you just like jump off a bridge, please? Nobody loves you. Nobody loves your updates. You're trash.
Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
This is gonna be bad.
Yeah.
Chief Gant? You. What'd you do to Emma?
Morning, folks! How's everyone doing? Hey, Ungie! Been back from the pool yet?
No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work.
Oh, that's a good one! Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what this proposal of you?
Well?
Lana, That is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
Oh, bloody Heisenberg.
What did he do? What's this all about, defendant?
Oh no, what if... I wonder if he's got Emma hostage.
He's got something.
That's why
He has
Emma was
something
probably...
up his...
God damn it, Phoenix! I told you shouldn't have left Emma there alone!
I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No! Lana! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plan. Plea. The defense's claim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana!
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it was sufficiently proven in its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there is no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears...
Am I still getting paid?
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Objection!
What, Edgeworth?
One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth!
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant's guilt. Prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? I don't think I care for your tone.
Woo! Go Edgeworth!
What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes.
Ooh!
Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh? To whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Sky. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right for self-representation. I don't think we need to... I don't care what you think, Miss Sky. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Sky, please take the stand.
I love how Edgeworth just does not care. He's like, I'm not afraid of you, bitch.
I mean, this is the like the pure just, you know, like the what crap? I forgot that meme. But he's a man that just put in his letter of resignation, and he just doesn't care anymore. He's like, "What are you going to do? Fire me? I'm out of here. What are you going to do? I'm out here.
Oh my god,
Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. I'm out.
Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You're cool. Fuck you, and fuck you, I'm out.
I'm just imagining he's like pointing to every single person in the court.
I would have loved to just like, you'll live to regret this. What are you gonna do? Fire me? Just throws the piece of resignation paper in his face.
It's like, take that! He's like saying fuck you to everyone. I'm imagining him just pointing to the judge like, you're cool.
Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins.
Yep, by the reins.
What part is the reins again?
That's where you hold on to the horse.
Ah, okay. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma Sky. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
That's my occupation. I'm a little sister.
Still more character than Yuka. Yuka Mochida from Corpse Party.
I love my big brother.
And I have to go to the bathroom.
Love him. And I gotta piss.
All right, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Now I don't want to remember Yuka. Anyway.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry. But I'm afraid you're going to have to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then.
He sure gave in fast.
Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
Yeah, you know what? Edgeworth, he may have already turned in his letter of resignation, so he's just playing as many games as he can at this point. It's like, huh? What? You think I care?
It's like, wait, I'm just gonna throw a monkey wrench at this whole thing. The prosecution has a basically airtight case at this point. Yeah, I'll throw a monkey wrench in it. Let's bring up a case 2 years ago that has little to do with it.
He just wants to see Gant suffer. That's what I'm thinking. Hey, you know what? To be fair, so do I.
The way I see it is, ever since he got that loss from Phoenix, and the fact that Phoenix protected him, he kind of now sees Phoenix's point of view of trying to get all the information.
I did notice that in this trial.
I think it's more about kind of character development.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes, she was second in command under the Deputy Chief of Police, Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too.
The police department and the prosecution office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
A man came running in and took me hostage. A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there?
That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Almost forgot about Gant.
Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in?
I don't clearly remember what happened then, but
I'll never forget what I saw that instant.
What was that?
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out?
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then the lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I had told the detective about what I saw.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim.
Hear more. There's a connection.
So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago?
Yes, that's what's scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
Picture. Yes, I think she mentioned
Remember
that before.
that?
I do remember that. I don't...
That
It's
thing
not in
we
the court
found?
record, is it?
It is.
It is?
Backside of that evidence sheet.
Oh.
There it is.
A picture drawn on the back of this evidence list in magic marker. I've got a very bad feeling about this. Okay.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning.
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
I drew a picture of that scene.
Present the picture.
But it seems... Oh, okay. So...
I'm going to be right back.
Do you want me to carry on?
I'm still having... go ahead and carry on. It shouldn't take too long.
Okay. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I get to do Edgeworth's voice, don't I? Hell yeah. This little girl put her heart into that drawing. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence. Ugh! Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is, as the prosecutor for the case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident.
Alright, I'm back.
Oh, welcome back. I only got to do Edgeworth's voice once.
You want to do Edgeworth for the rest of the case?
Well, since you insisted.
Go right ahead. There's,
Nah.
there's a few other characters like coming up that I want to do voices for. So
That's fine. You can continue to do Edgeworth. Please, turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over. Turn it... Oh! What's this?
yes. What is that?
Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here.
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me? I was just going to the store, you know, bacons, eggs. What the fuck do you think I'm doing?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
Altered evidence.
Ooh.
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here, where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you.
What? What?
Order! Order! But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed to me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Weird.
That is weird. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor!
Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head!
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Oh. Oh.
Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth?
It's possible. Let's see.
Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask?
Just goes right back to being totally composed.
Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing!
The Blue Badger? What in the name of Heisenberg?
This is exactly what I remember.
Judge is like, oh, please God, not that thing again. That's that thing! That thing that was dancing in the evidence room!
Clearly, this act of vandalism will cause a... clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list was stored and updated in the court record.
Very well. Witness.
I want to take a quick look at this thing.
Yeah, I was about to say, let's see the full picture. And man, I'm so delayed.
Is it really?
Yeah, I tried, like, when I left, I tried, like, resetting my internet, see if that would help, like, on my computer side.
Let me try restarting it on my end.
Okay.
Okay, so I can't scroll. Wait a moment. Okay, if you look at it from the side, the Blue Badger was hanging above these two guys?
I guess. I'm trying to remember exactly how this worked.
How's this? Is it any less delayed?
It's going fine so far.
Okay.
Very well. Witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture.
Emma's picture.
The picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image into your mind.
You'd be surprised, Judge. Those things are bright and loud.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever been, like, super close to a bolt of lightning?
Oh, it's scary.
Oh, yeah. I was, like, 20 feet away from one when it slapped down onto the ground and nearly destroyed my ears.
Dang.
Thanks to that thought, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Emma's picture.
Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge. Under the direction of Damon Gantz and Lana Skye.
2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in our mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted, But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
Flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows.
All she could see was shadows.
So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue?
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt.
What happened after the lightning flashed?
After that, I must have fainted.
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry.
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here!
Anyway, this picture.
This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course! This is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives?
Are you insinuating that we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
No, of course not. I'd better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well, I wonder if I have, like, anything... Well, the fact that the blue badger is hanging above the both of them is kind of weird.
It's just weird.
Let me take a look at the blue badger real fast, if that's still in the record. Okay. It does have a handprint right here.
That is weird.
Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here.
I see the contradiction here. I just got done looking at the walkthrough. I want to see if you figure it out, though.
Okay, so...
Look at all the stuff we know about the SO9 incident.
We know Joe Dark ran into the elevator, came into this place. Can you give me a hint?
How did Marshall die?
Jake.
Remember, if you're not too sure, you can remember we have.
I'm just trying to remember his name. It was what was his name? The Marshal.
It's Neil Marshall.
Okay, Neil Marshall. Neil Marshall was stabbed in the chest, right?
Yes. There is a detail about that stabbing that is a contradiction here. Go ahead and check your court records. We have a autopsy report of Neil's death.
Okay, where's Neil?
It's in the evidence.
Okay, here's Neil.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, prosecutor murdered 2 years ago. The SL9 incident. We have Neil's autopsy report.
Yeah, we had the autopsy report of that event right there.
Okay, stabbed in the. Wait a minute. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung, a knife tip in the wound.
Look at the picture.
He's being stabbed in the front.
Not necessarily that, but this was the attack itself. It's saying that he was single stab wound, piercing heart, lung. It could have been like a full-on stab all the way through, and they just thought it came from the back. Look at what it says right there. Weapon found in wound was missing tip.
Weapon found in wound was missing tip.
Because the tip was found in his heart.
And this knife is
There is no tip on this knife.
Ha!
So present the autopsy report.
Okay.
On the fourth statement. This one right here.
Okay, the autopsy report. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember it, just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see the tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Doc was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not have yet been broken.
Oh! What's the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right. But what does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
That's why I asked her so many times she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time. But she was sure she remembered correctly.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence?
You're treading on thin ice, Wright?
All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
No.
Order! 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me once again to go over the events that took place on the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. I almost said Drake.
And he was killed by Dark. In the dark.
It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could have been the actual murder weapon.
This could not have been.
Oh, this could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being 2 broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one?
There is another one.
If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright.
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife.
Give me a sec.
I think I know. I think you know. It can't be the murder weapon.
Okay, so this is out of the question. Screwdriver. Okay.
Just think about it.
All right, I'm thinking.
Think about what was in the
Wait.
room at the time.
This thing is missing its sword.
Can you prove it had a sword at one time?
I can!
Yep.
Oh!
Remember
Right!
he had that removed? Makes you wonder why.
If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. So do I present this or do I present the picture?
Present the picture. Because
Okay.
it actually has the picture of the knife. Or the sword. Remember, the sword that can cut through anything.
The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture.
This is a picture of the reward ceremony. Ah!
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon.
Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding.
That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award.
Order! Order! Order!
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had during this dangerous situation.
But that can't be.
Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
Because if the King of Prosecutor Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would have been reversed.
What do you mean?
I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh! Oh! Unless he took it from him.
But the prosecutor was the only one who actually died.
Or wait.
Neil literally just said, "You yeed your last haul there."
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here?
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Oh.
Emma!
Wait! I remember now! I remember everything!
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth!
What is it?
Could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list. The one with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it! This picture! I'm the one who drew it!
What?
You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture.
Motherfucking Blue Badger time!
Ah!
He witnesses all!
It won't go away!
All this time I've been trying to forget so hard. I must have locked this part away deep inside.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger. This should be interesting.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward the both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
He's always watching.
That's
Like
horrifying.
I love the judge's face afterwards, like, he was watching.
No, he's always watching. This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible! The chief of detectives haven't even designed him until this year.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross.
Stop! Please, don't pursue this any further.
What? Lana!
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter.
We're finding something Lana does not want us to see.
I like where this is going. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark.
Yes, at least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see were shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident. It is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then you
Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
She seems convinced that Doc was the one holding the knife. But we've just theorized.
But as we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Doc guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help the other person.
Oh no! What if that's what Lana's trying to hide? What if Emma accidentally got that guy killed?
She got the wrong person killed. Marshall had the control.
No!
And poor 14-year-old Emma, who was confused, dazed, and blind by the, no lights. Lana's, she's doing, full-on, mother bear right now, trying to, stop everyone.
Whew. Okay, well, this is just a theory for right now. Let's continue.
I think I knocked away the man with the knife.
What do you mean, you think?
It all happened so fast. And I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
Disorientation.
I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next?
Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger.
The blue badger.
Are you sure about this?
Of course! See? I even drew a picture of him here.
But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous design, this hideous beast. He's so mean.
He ain't wrong.
And that's just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him somewhere before. Now I finally remember.
The blue badger always remembers your sins. Always.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Blue Badger versus Sachiko when?
The ultimate evil.
Evil versus evil. Fuck King Kong versus Godzilla. Blue Badger versus Sachiko. I want to see that, Hollywood.
That's the sequel. That's going on in the other bracket. It's King Kong versus Godzilla and Sachiko versus Blue Badger. Winner of both of them are going into the finale.
You've seen Avengers. Get ready for D-Vengers.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
Are we sure this thing isn't a groundhog? His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did.
Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what the shadow really was?
What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger, really?
We know who it is.
I almost clicked. I'm not sure by mistake. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she certainly saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what? I just want to check something really fast. Creepy horns, creepy horns.
Think about it.
There is the hat. Not quite, not quite.
It's something that... Okay, here's a hint. It's something in our evidence.
Okay.
Remember that we can rotate things around if needed.
Can we? Wha-ha-ha?
I think you found it.
Rotating is kind of... Okay, rotating is kind of stupid.
It is really stupid, but... You found the blue badger.
Holy crap. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright!
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike.
The mysterious blue badger was in fact this.
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle that... okay.
Make it look like the blue badger.
I mean, that's pretty close, right?
It's actually pretty exact. I remember this being a pain. But it could have been just because of the fact that I was messing with a phone.
Okay, I think this
I don't think you lose any... there's no penalty for getting this wrong.
Okay.
But it will make you do it until you get it right.
This isn't right. I've got to make it look more like the badger.
Allow me to remind the defense, its case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we can't accept his claim.
I've got to find just the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more. Or horizontally.
Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it!
I've got to show them the correct angle. Oh, this is gay.
You want to know the answer to this?
I would like to... Oh, God. What?
Get the fat portion, you know, like the fat opening?
What, this?
Yes, have that pointing up, but you do need to rotate it so that the red speckles point upwards.
Okay.
We'll be looking inside the big jar, like inside the jar, but with the red speckles.
This controls so horribly.
Yeah, it does.
We're gonna be here a while, lads. Hold up. Okay.
There. Or rotate it a little bit, like, bring it down a little bit. There. That's it.
Ooh, all right.
It looks just like him.
In all his ugliness. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar resembles the blue badger.
No. It can't be!
Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Although we all enjoy Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point?
What do you mean?
So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything.
Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us. What's the, what difference now that we know the witness saw this jar? Fun fact. All three of these give you the same response.
Really?
It doesn't matter what you choose, because all of those actually change the scenario completely.
Okay, well, the murder weapon. I had a hunch about this. The murderer. The murderer.
You could just choose location.
I'd like to get information about the location. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
At a very specific angle, might I add, Mr. Wright.
Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen the jar?
Where?
The location of the jar is shown in the picture, taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
See it right there?
I saw it.
But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dart and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office.
Oh. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body?
From Damon Gant's office to
From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office?
Yes.
Why would he do that? There's no reason.
Exactly.
Huh?
If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? Emma collapsing into a desk by mistake?
That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? That suit of armor.
I see Phoenix's point.
The suit of armor! Holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword!
Yes. No way, did Emma knock the guy into the sword? Oh no! It's just a theory. Let's hold on. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the prosecutor's trophy, or wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall,
Oh no! Emma!
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me?
No!
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What? What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances,
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall! How could you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
we do. Damn it, we do. Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
We certainly can't get dead people to testify.
Bring out that fucking Ouija board, dude.
Maya, I really need your help right now. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Oh, smug Edgeworth. Touche, Miss Sky. Of course. That only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean, the possibility the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly.
Oh, that's a painful death.
Oh. He got stabbed in the heart, though. How's that not instantaneous?
I think he got... Didn't they say he got stabbed through the lungs into the heart?
Yeah, that's two major. Oh, that is not an instant blow if it's lungs. Oh, that will take a while.
Yeah. Well, the lungs and then the heart. Like, he probably bled out after a few minutes, but God, those few minutes. Oh, I don't even want to imagine how much that hurt.
He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, is this the only possibility left to you? A message from the deceased? Does such a message exist?
I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. Well, it is... Okay, so...
It's in the evidence.
I'm thinking it's this. So let's... I'm gonna go for it.
What's the name of the person?
The message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright! Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. This is only one, there is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
It's not the cloth.
Okay, it's not the cloth. Okay, here's... Okay, well, here's that.
SL9. That's Goodman.
Lana's cell phone.
Think of what was in that office.
Okay, in the office. There was a broken piece of this thing, and then there was this cloth. And then there was...
What would have, like, if you were dying and you wanted to write a message, what would you use? Especially if you got stabbed.
My own blood? My own blood? It can't be. It can't be! Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me rotate this some. Fuck you, controls. Could this be a letter? I don't know. Anyone seeing anything?
Try looking at it, like that small part, the small circle. That's how the vase stands.
From the bottom.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And we just play some connect the dots.
Okay.
Do you see it?
I see what looks like an upside down A. I see...
Well, we have proof that there's blood on here.
Okay, well, I see what looks like could be a backwards E.
Go ahead and present this pot.
Very well. This is the message left by the deceased. Wait, I thought I had the pot selected.
That is the pot.
Oh.
This is the blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name?
Wouldn't that be awesome? Actually, no,
That
that'd
would
be
be cool.
horrifying. I take it back. I take it back.
If that thing could, I'm sure it would. My existence is pain.
Looks like everyone's forgotten. This is just a jar. A message was left here. on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar.
It looks like someone wiped the blood away.
Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood of the fragment was not wiped away. Wait, the blood on some of the fragment was not wiped away.
Yes, there is a line of blood here. There is a line here, drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is these dots were once lines?
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments of time. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message.
One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must seep into the jar where the lines change directions.
Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent.
No!
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal the answer.
It says subscribe to PewDiePie, Your Honor.
I've got to connect
So,
these
fun
dots.
fact about this.
Yeah?
On the mobile port, it was so buggy that you had to do this in a certain way, and if you didn't do it correctly, the line would not work.
Okay.
This one, however, you can do it in however way, as long as you're connecting the dots correctly.
Alright. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Okay. So, I'm thinking like, E. And then this will somehow make an S. Oh. E. Okay, I don't know which.
Go ahead and prove. Just prove it. Try to figure out what's going on. You can't connect that point.
Okay. Oh! Oh, I see the pattern now. Damn!
And then present it.
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocent. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma.
So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
He may have died thinking she did it on purpose.
Yeah.
That's awful.
Of all the people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
Was Emma Skye.
See, Worthy? Can't say I didn't warn you.
You!
Chief Gantz. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder.
Oh no.
I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not?
Oh no.
Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
Afraid that's not important. Did you know we aren't defenders of justice?
What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone might say, this fact cannot be denied.
Yikes, that is loud. What's going on in the prosecutor's office?
They might have sent an innocent man to his death.
How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault?
Order! Order! Order!
There's riots.
The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Blast.
Mm-hmm.
Holy crap. All right, I'm gonna...
Part 1.
That's part 1. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna run to the bathroom real fast.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go as well. Good.
I'll be
good
right
chance.
back, lads. I'm gonna open a friggin' door for a moment. Alright, I'm back.
Alright, I am back.
I love and hate my computer at the same time. It makes my room so friggin' hot. Be warned, everyone. Wait, what the hell? Why is it running at 53 degrees Celsius? That's never happened while streaming, but... Alright, I think this Windows update may have seriously fucked my computer. Because that's not normal.
I might need to check my computer, make sure everything is going on.
Yeah, okay, well, you know what, at least it's not dying or anything, so we'll keep going for now.
Well, what do you expect? You're playing a graphically intense game such as Ace Attorney.
My RTX 2080 should be able to handle it fine, though. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble.
Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
Gumshoe!
Hope I'm not I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
You are, but, you know, it's always nice to see you. Wait, you were fired. What are you doing here?
He's a free man. He can do whatever he wants. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run around all around while I'm on duty.
But you were fired.
And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
I take it Lana's having you run errands again?
Let me tell you, that is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this. She asked me to give you this to. She asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence? Law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day.
I like the little chick there. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so.
You could at least study some evidence law, really.
Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
A message?
She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book.
Him? Gant.
That's my favorite Powerpuff Girl villain.
There was a Powerpuff Girl villain named Gant?
No, him.
Oh. I didn't watch that show.
Oh.
I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. You know, actually for the longest time I thought the green one was a boy.
Fair enough. That's like, I think that was my introduction to what a tomboy truly was Buttercup.
I was like, why is it called the Powerpuff Girls? That one's obviously a guy. And then somebody's like, that's not a guy. I'm like, oh. That was probably the first time I was introduced to a reverse trap.
You just got reverse trapped by a Powerpuff Girl.
All right, evidence law from Miss Sky explains the 2 rules of evidence law.
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though.
Let's see about that, detective. Okay, rules for submitting evidence. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be revealed to the case on trial. Oh, wait, must be relevant to the case.
All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, detective.
Huh? Have you figured it out yet? Why am I still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. And Miss Sky found out she unwittingly caused the man's death. And now you're telling me you want more? You want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal!
You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. So we're pinning this on Gant. All right.
Let's do it. We're going to war. A 50-minute recess. That's how upset the crowd was.
Sheesh.
They're pissed.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor.
the inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your action.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor. I'm out of here after tonight.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
Struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witness?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking
And I know that you don't have a date to the prom yet. I've been wondering.
God.
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
a solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Plus, the audience doesn't hate Phoenix as they do me.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial.
Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Then it's settled. The, defense may now call forth its next witness.
Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance. You called the wrong witness. This trial is as good as over.
The defense calls... The time's finally come to bring the murderer out... Or wait. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Whew. Here we go. Take that! Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel as we should hear what he has to say about it.
As luck will have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Do they have, like, the Hulk as a bailiff? Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch! Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy. Are you sure you want to do this?
I'm already fired, so fuck it. If I'm going down, you're coming with me. But you're going down further!
Your name and occupation. Oh, you want to play hardball, eh?
Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine. My name is Damon Gantz, and I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with the grim face?
first, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh? Like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish.
Perhaps a little bit of both.
Aren't all men like that, though?
Well, some men are one or the other.
True. You're aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapon at his disposal?
Hold on, Zeke. We're losing you. I'm gonna restart the call, okay?
Oh, really?
Yeah, you were really laggy there, so let's give this another shot. Okay, just need him to hang up. Hang up. Okay. All right.
All right. Go ahead and restarted my internet just in case as well.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so go ahead and try reading this line one more.
You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal?
Very good. Much better. Weapons?
Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
What kind of BS is that?
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well. The witness may now... Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
SO9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crimes.
What the hell? Discord's doing something weird on your line.
Really?
Yeah, your mic just becomes distorted out of nowhere.
Weird.
Okay, let's just keep trying for a little while.
As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Is that when Doc was arrested?
Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious.
Damn!
When Emma sent Neil flying, it seemed Dark bumped his head.
I see. Everything's pretty clear cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast.
There was already a contradiction. I don't know if you caught it.
Okay, I'll try. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Sky also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it.
Power outage. How did the elevators work at the power outage?
No, he's talking about like trying to find Dark. Remember how Dark escaped, got into the office, and by the time Neil got there, the power outage?
Oh, okay.
So he's talking about they slipped up, then also power outage.
Okay. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right. But Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky.
Yeah, a knife puncture through like the chest is very lucky.
It's lucky, Siejax. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that's... The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went through his heart, though.
That's not funny. Could you tell us what you saw?
It was a shocking sight. Neil and the serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together.
How could he? His body was on the... Wait. Okay, there was that knife. Okay, so we know that was a forged evidence.
That was planted.
So, right, Lana moved his body. That's what we're assuming.
Mm-hmm. That's what Gan is assuming here.
Okay.
Dark was also
Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor?
Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them was those two poor girls.
Lana and Emma.
Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister has done.
How can you know that?
Because of the victim's body. It's already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk? That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor?
Yes.
Anyway.
As you can see, I had nothing to do with this forgery.
Think about that for a second.
So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at the office?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter the circumstance.
Is that how it really went down?
Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at the court record. Worthy, always the smooth talker.
But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Well, there was the jar and the cloth.
Mm-hmm. Where did we find that?
In his safe.
Yep.
Okay, so let's present that.
Objection!
If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this?
What's that? And what's that on it? A handprint?
Chief Gant, your explanation, please. Oh, he's not concerned.
I don't know. You tell me, son.
Huh?
My dear Righto. Don't you know the second rule of evidence law?
Uh-oh. Not this again. Evidence law.
My biggest. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me, how is that rag relevant to this trial?
It appears the defense was not prepared.
I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence.
Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance?
Well, okay. I'll do it just this once. But only because you asked, OG.
Thank you. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry.
Yeah. Sorry I didn't nail you.
So, we had the right idea, but we just presented the wrong thing.
Okay. Well, the only other thing is the jar. But this would just put us in a circle, wouldn't it? No, wait, no. The jar is part of the record.
Let's see here. Okay, I just read something. You can present stripper call off the final statement, but
We found a
hold
piece...
off on the strip of cloth. So, yes, we did find a piece of
the jar.
unstable gold. There it is.
You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that's a claim you cannot back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's the blue badger you showed us earlier.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both certain proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this?
Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy.
You clearly have not been around much, if you think I'm not. So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery?
Who, me? Or do you mean you?
Me?
No, I don't think that was a compliment that he was saying earlier.
Oh, really? I may have misread it. Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding the pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Evidence and forgery. Let's see. What was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were discovered after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participate in forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand what I am, you do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences.
Oh,
Indeed. I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again.
my apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
All right, Uji. In return, though.
I know. That place, right?
Huh? What are these guys what are these guys? Telepathic? Probably going swimming.
Yeah, probably.
I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that.
What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped...
Mr. Wright, what are you saying?
He went cow tipping. This right with cow tipping.
Phoenix Wright went cow tipping. Yo, I bet Larry talked him into it.
Yes. I think it was all Larry, and Phoenix was probably like crying the entire time.
Oh no, we killed it! Edge was just sitting there like, what do you know?
Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Righto's prints are found. Yes, they're found inside my safe. They would prove his investigation was illegal.
Good. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Even
Red White. That's...
Well, no, Red White does not hold a candle to this guy. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong, Red White was a piece of scum, but he wasn't nearly as deceptive or clever as this guy. Anyway, you can't prove when the pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that?
It's all this is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence found at a crime isn't forgery...
I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered.
If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless.
It's true. He does have a point.
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced.
Oh?
And wouldn't that be convenient?
Right. The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time.
Tell me something I don't know.
Come now, Righto. Think about it.
How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because he's lying.
Because I'm innocent.
Yeah, and cheese doesn't go bad after you leave it out for a long time.
Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil?
I'm not sure if I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye.
Sheesh. Just thinking about it, like, she's 16 years old and she's gonna have to live with the fact that she accidentally killed someone for the rest of her life.
Yeah. Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene would not help me in any way.
Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you'd reap from all of this.
Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would be, of course, the position you have, Chief of Police.
Oh,
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway.
God!
Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motive for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that.
We thought so.
There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There! It's out in the open now! Udgy, would you mind if I change my testimony a little?
by all means, please do.
He just says, I fucking hate every single one of y'all. That's his testimony. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me.
Nothing in it for you.
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl. Lana's little sister, was it? You think I felt sorry for her? You better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? I know what he did. Lana obviously did not want it to be known that her sister accidentally committed murder. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to betray the chief. As a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. The defendant?
That face.
I gotta give him respect. He's able to maintain a composed figure.
Yes, he is. He's lived for 65 years pretty much cutting corners like this. He built his entire career on this. He knows how to do this.
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. The reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait! You must mean puppet is someone who's forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
I love this game because it can take something so serious and then just put that in there and no one would bat an eye. They're like, oh, okay then.
Respect for the game for being able to do that. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her to chief prosecutor so you could control her.
Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana terrified at that I've done such a thing?
Testify.
Oh, no. For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless... that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want to get hurt.
You to get hurt?
Oh, I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What?
What?
Order! 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 I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious!
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible!
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language.
It's too late, Mr. Wright.
Huh? He's like, we're going down together.
You're going, you and me both, brother. We're going down. There's no turning back for us now.
It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Yes, we can.
Good question.
Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. Alright then. Let's hear what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
Could be the handprint.
It's not the handprint.
Oh. Let's go through this one at a time. Okay, Goodman's ID, obviously not. Removed at Gant's behest. Okay.
There's one thing that we have. This was from another part of this case that never got figured out.
Never got figured out. That would have been...
There's one blank that we never figured out that could tie Gant to the murder of Goodman. And remember, it is believed Goodman was killed in the police evidence room.
Oh, that's from that part of the trial? Okay, so that would have been like day 2, I believe. Wait! Aha!
Yep.
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777.
Sorry, but there's no way you could prove that's my card number.
Is it? It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's officer required a code to open it. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID... The same as... the same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Ooh, he's pissed now.
He's starting to break. He's starting to break.
Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing. The defense's search of my office was a violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room. On the day of the crime?
What about it? I'm the chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me. When you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you on that day, would he?
Of course not. Would he be? I haven't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
We know that Goodman died inside that evidence room.
Okay.
There is one thing. Why would he need Gant? Think about it.
Who need Gant? Goodman?
Why would Goodman need Gant? This was important. Think back to day 2 of the trial.
Okay, I'm thinking back. Why Goodman would need Gant?
Look at what we have in our possession.
A lot of things. We have 3 rows of things.
We had in our possession that Goodman had.
That Goodman had.
Like
okay.
we have Goodman's ID.
Okay, yeah, we have that.
Who remember what happened? What transpired at day 2? When Marshall pretended to be Goodman.
Yeah. Oh, because Goodman didn't have his ID.
Yes. So present.
No, there's got to be something more solid than this. On that day, Detective Goodman had.
Okay, go ahead.
Detective Goodman had to go see Chief Gant.
Sorry to interrupt your mumblings, but the court is waiting.
Whoops.
Oops.
Why don't you come meet with me tomorrow? Perhaps we could write up your letter of termination?
Regardless, you did see Detective Goodman that day.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence.
Okay. What were you saying?
So it's not the ID itself. However, what did Goodman do when he found out he didn't have his evidence? He didn't have his card.
He went to Chief Gant?
Well, kind of. Remember, he had to file. It's the missing item report.
The missing item report.
Right, to the right of the screwdriver.
Oh, that makes more sense.
You're on the right track. You just got the wrong item.
Okay. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime.
Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it.
So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police.
Yet you're in possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure he filed it.
He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he Excuse me. Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh!
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him?
There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on. Let me guess what you're gonna say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly.
But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body.
Whoa! Damn, he looks like he got struck by lightning. Chief Gant, you didn't!
The murder was most likely a spur of the moment crime. For what? Zeke?
Sorry, that was my brother. I was too loud with the scream.
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
Simple. He snuck the body into Edgeworth's trunk.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony.
Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you! Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we needed to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was just a useless kludge just taking up space.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. I wonder. I'm thinking could have been the blue badger. The glove, probably not that. The blue badger's the only thing big enough that he could have used.
No, it's not the blue badger. Think about it.
Okay.
What has been in our inventory this entire time since the first part of this trial?
Anything along here, really.
Yes, it's in this first row.
Okay, it's in this first row, so that narrows it down.
Well, there's two rows. There's two rows. Think about it logically. The body was found in Edgeworth's trunk.
Okay, that's the park entered at 5.
The body was found at 5:30.
So we're gonna say he planted it in Edgeworth's trunk using this?
Yes, what he did was he planted it in Edgeworth's trunk, knowing that he was going to send Edgeworth to the prosecutor's office. Remember, he told Edgeworth to take that screwdriver with him.
Okay, yeah, all right. You know,
So the
that's what I was
parking
thinking.
slab, it's
What?
the parking stub or the screwdriver, either or.
Huh. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
A parking stub? Miles Edgeworth.
You mean?
The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
You mean I carried the victim's body?
Precisely so.
But wait, you know, I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day.
But you did return. Tell me why.
Ugh! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here.
So you see, what you were really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver, but the victim's body in your trunk.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Order! 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 What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defendant's outrageous accusation?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite.
It's the photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something.
I believe your time's up.
My time's up?
Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the district attorney general after this.
Dank Noodle News sent an ice cream. Thank you, sir.
We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special.
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier. A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
This is total bullshit.
What? That is not a right that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you were saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
Well,
You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. The court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright,
Your Honor?
do you have any concrete proof?
We do not.
We don't?
We do not have any concrete proof.
Blast it all.
All we know is that he was in that evidence room.
Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body?
Do I have any concrete proof? Damn, we were so close! Thanks for those 5 lemons, LinkToon. It's no use showing evidence I'm not sure of. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. As of present, I have no conclusive evidence.
See, Uji?
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the Chief.
What?
Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Uji, I'll leave the rest to you.
Damn it all.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer of our nation's law enforcement agency.
What?
Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
A lady who knows the truth. Another witness.
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony.
But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify.
There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
I bet you know who to call.
She may not be willing to tell the truth. But we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth... This is the only person they could be talking about.
Yep.
All right.
The defendant? Miss Lana Sky?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task was to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's order.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objection, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now...
Hold on.
Hold on.
What the hell?
Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana?
I don't think you need me to tell you this. But if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences.
He'll charge Emma if she complies.
Yes. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
Ah! This isn't good. This is blatant obstruction of justice. Judge, do something.
Stop this. Of course, never support any outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right then. I've got a lunch date to meet.
Are you serious? Did you... God, how old are you? You had to have heard that. Judge, that was blatant obstruction of justice. Come on. Okay, well, maybe not technically, but does that not raise your suspicions at all?
Okay, if there aren't any further objections. This court is now in recess.
I love villain characters so much. I love a well-written villain, and Gant is a really well-written villain.
Good villains are hard to write, so respect.
Yeah.
I thought
like, the fact that everyone is like talking about how much they hate Gant, that
Oh,
makes
yeah.
you realize like that's really good as a villain.
Oh, yeah, no, I totally. I mean, damn, I thought there was just going to be some filler thing for a bunch of new mechanics you were talking about. But this is awesome! Thanks for that,
This
Lemon
guy,
Gamer.
like, I was wondering how y'all were all going to react to like Gant's like reveal, because he just was like just the goofy, like it's like all the characters in this game are goofy. They have like some kind of thing, so you're like, oh, it's just the goofy chief of police. Then he kind of like showed a little bit of edge, like in the trial, but then you're like, oh, there's nothing to suspect of this guy. He's the goofy guy, but no, he's evil.
Oh, yeah, big evil. Thanks for that, Lemon Shallware.
Looks like we managed to stay in the game.
Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
That chief, he's something else, hey pals.
Detective Gumshoe.
I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
Ah, don't worry about it. I've already decided where I want to work now.
Say the noodle shop. Or say the boat rental place. That'd be funny.
Oh, that would be funny. At your office.
Huh?
He wants to be a paralegal.
My office?
Sure. I'll take the place of that top naughty girl you used to work with.
Could he mean Maya?
Gumshoe as Maya.
Dear God, I don't want to imagine it.
Gumshoe wearing Maya's
Stop!
outfit.
X to no longer continue forth, please.
Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant done it again. How's he always get the upper hand?
It's not fair he has the right to It's not fair that he has the right to refuse testify. It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify.
Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said.
But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Risks? What did he mean by that? Gumshoe is Maya drawing Nat. Yeah, please no.
It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true.
You mean he forfeits...
Forfeits his right to say anything too.
Emma!
Oh, Emma!
Emma! Are you okay? Yeah. When I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. I know I killed a guy.
It makes me feel surprisingly happy, Mr. Wright.
Dear God.
Is this normal?
No!
To think
It
that
makes me want to kill again.
Dear God, please, no. Not poor sweet Emma.
To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do?
That must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't be blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Okay, how about Gumshoe as the Joker?
Gumshoe's the Joker? Why? Oh.
Blame
Right.
society.
Blame society? How exactly?
I don't know.
Gumshoe has a wild imagination.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see.
Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait here?
No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this.
Blast it all. Crap.
The third and final part.
We've had to use all 10 save spots for this trial.
We have. This is it. So remember, he gave up his right to respond to what what Lana was saying.
Okay.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand?
Miss Lana Sky, you're the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course, the truth.
Lana, no matter what! Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister!
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant.
Gant.
Come on,
Allocation.
Lana.
I work alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to his blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted It had nothing to do with Emma.
Okay, we all know that's a lie.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm lying.
But
Why
Lana!
you always lying?
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning.
Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her! She's sacrificing herself because of me!
What if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister.
And besides, we haven't been introduced to the mechanic yet of telling the truth yet.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, there is a mechanic in the second game. It's actually pretty fun.
Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah. This is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Holy crap. Here we go, boys.
Let's get ready to rumble.
How many years exactly?
Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia.
Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why.
But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail.
You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And
Did you do so to help your sister?
Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life.
But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything.
That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him.
Lana!
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago.
You say you did this all by yourself?
Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? Seems I was the first person to discover the scene. Broken prosecutor award knife was was stuck in the victim's body.
What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident.
That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Drake? By Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
Let me see real fast what the court record has to say about that. Okay, found at the crime scene, wrapped in the defendant's muffler. Oh, they're talking about the current day crime. So there's no useful information I can use.
Well, that was the switchblade used by Dark.
Yeah. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up lies with more lies. All just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke off the tip of the blade.
You planted the tip of Dark's knife?
And then you moved the body?
But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others.
Why did you move the body?
When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deducted it. My Chief Gant's desk.
I think it's deduced.
Oh, you deduced it, where you deduced it was by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
Pieces of that jar were scattered during the event. During the event, threatened my plan. Do you see the problem here?
Pieces of the jar? You mean... The problem? Give me a minute.
Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I thought it would be more expedient to move the body.
Wait a minute! That jar had writing on it! So why would... Why would Emma's name be written on that jar, Lana?
So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. You look at the crime scene, it'll be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere.
Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone.
Okay, so... Pieces of jar that okay, so...
Present the jar.
Right here, present the jar. Got it.
Yep.
Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring everyone... Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction with your testimony.
Contradiction? In my testimony?
You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan."
That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood.
Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on the shattered jar.
Order! Order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed regarding to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical?
Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're heading. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I was the chief prosecutor at the time.
She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Something's not right about that.
Very not right.
Do you see the issue? You can present the evidence right here.
Oh, whoops. So the jar was already broken.
It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case.
But not as feeble as the judge's judgment.
Ooh!
Ooh, if he had said that out loud.
You're an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally, I would have.
Okay, so let me see. Blood traces on the jar.
There was blood tracing on the jar.
Okay. Emma's
Remember,
written...
the final fragment was found in Chief Gant's safe. That's the one that had the super long. That was the super big piece.
Okay. Yeah.
And then look, her fourth statement was the fragment were large, so I'm sure I got them all.
Okay.
What about that big piece that Gant put?
Okay, so am I presenting the jar because of the big piece?
Because on the fourth statement, the fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all.
So should I go to the fourth statement?
Yes.
Okay, so present the jar here.
Yep.
Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of.
What?
We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe.
It makes sense. She had no clue about that because it was dark.
Right.
In the chief's safe. But how?
I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about the final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them.
Yes. Which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
Oh, wow.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures, and they were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that?
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that!
There's no way a name could have been written on the shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Doc downstairs. Besides, even if he was the first there...
How would he break the jar?
Okay, how did he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, and why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No!
His entire worldview is coming undone. Poor judge.
Wait. I'm not the one on trial here.
He had a full-on breakdown and he wasn't even on trial. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called?
Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence to incriminate Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet.
Damn!
No! I did it on my own!
She bit her thumb so hard there was a blood splatter. Damn!
Yeah. That's how nervous she is.
Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake.
No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foulest lies to defend their clients.
Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem like the type who likes to twist the truth.
Hey! Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana, maybe right after all.
Oh, what do you mean, Wright?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
The foulest.
Miss Skye, please testify once more.
But
If evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Skye, if you will.
I I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will. If you tell the truth.
Come on, Lana.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right. The witness may testify once more for the final time.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all was really just a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. That body was impaled on that armor's sword.
You're the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof.
Huh?
Huh? I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you.
Very well. Mr. Wright, please present this picture.
What were we given this morning?
I don't remember. That was last week.
No, this morning.
This morning.
Remember after part 1 of this session?
No.
Gumshoe came to us.
Okay, the book. I don't remember receiving.
Check the book.
Okay. Book. Got it. Okay. No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. There is no picture there.
All right. Let's proceed.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Oh, this was when we're supposed to check. When the game deemed it necessary.
Oh, fuck off!
Look at that cute little bird. It's like such a cute little bird.
I want to make fried chicken out of it right now.
He's like, I am a detective.
I'm a detective.
They need you to do some work over in Cat Alley. And he was never seen again. Damn!
Oh, God.
That is a violent picture. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh!
Let's zoom into it.
Oh my. This is the actual crime scene.
No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I connected criminal affairs only after I rearranged everything.
Contacted Criminal Affairs.
Oh, I contacted criminal affairs only after I rearranged everything.
All right. We are now at 4 bars of evidence.
Yes.
I think, like, in the main game, we never exceeded 2.
Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be?
The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this? It had Emma's fingerprints on it, though.
Yes.
So she really is guilty.
This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever's fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Art Emu just followed. Hey, thanks for the follow.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Actual crime scene.
Huh? Oh, blast it all!
Come now, Unji. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gant!
What? Now you want to make me out to be the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. Objection! I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort.
How does it feel, Gant? This must be that risk we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back, relax.
I want to punch this dude in the face. Oh, he got punched. He just got smacked. He got clocked by Edgeworth right here.
And enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
Ooh! Edgeworth! Got a steamy way with words.
So what? You think I'm worried?
I don't know. You look like you just got shocked with lightning right there, so I'm gonna say yes.
Sorry to disappoint you. But I don't need to make any statements.
What?
What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't. But someone does.
Someone?
All right, so there's a automatic game over in here.
Yeah, that cloth, obviously.
Yes. So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubts.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who the real killer... The one who shows that really killed Prosecutor Marshall? Holy crap.
Do you want the answer to this, or do you want to, like, save and make your best guess? Because if you answer wrong, it is an automatic game over.
Okay.
You should probably save. Just save.
Just tell me this. Do we have the evidence?
Yes, we do have the evidence. I'm not telling you what to do. You did save.
Okay. Your Honor, I do have further evidence.
All right, the time's finally come to show it then. Those prints have got to be the chief's.
Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that showed who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Blasted bloody Heisenberg! Okay,
Remember what is going on here. We have a picture of the scene of the crime with a cutout piece of the vest. We have a piece of cloth
wait a minute!
with a handprint.
He could have easily taken the unconscious Emma's hand and placed it on that vest. But presenting the picture wouldn't prove that, would it? Marshall's handprint. Unless it could. That wouldn't prove that...
It's the cloth.
What?
It's the cloth.
What are you talking about? We're gonna get the game over if we do this.
You know how I said that one part gave you a game over? You're in the game over path.
What?
Present the cloth. Let's see the game over. That's why I made sure you saved.
It's a piece of leather cloth?
I'll be right back.
Then I guess I'll do the seed by myself. Yes, it's most likely it was cut from the victim's vest near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it.
Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are on this? I'm sure Wright has checked, haven't you? Well, whose are they?
They're Miss Sky's. Miss Emma Sky's.
What? They're mine? So I really did do it.
See? I told you it was conclusive.
But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that?
But... Give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No.
It
All right, I'm
appears
back.
we have our killer.
No! No, no! Everything hinged on that point. In the end, Lana alone was found guilty on all counts. Fuck.
Game over. Oh, did I mention the weird thing about them deleting save files after you get a guilty?
Nice try.
I'm just messing with you.
You probably should have said that, like, before
Yeah, that
I
would've been
loaded up
awesome.
the save file right here.
Okay, you can't show the evidence.
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie.
Chief Gant?
You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside.
Oh, of course you say he didn't, and then he just confessed. He confessed to forgery.
Yes. That conclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about. Damn! Uno reverse card by Phoenix! Whoa! Yes!
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you don't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area?
It looks like part of it has been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence.
Siejax is acting like his team won the Super Bowl. We just fucking did!
This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Rhino.
Okay, maybe we haven't. Maybe it's gone into overtime.
Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
Go fuck yourself. I was about
He's
to
not
crack open
going
my
down.
victory candy and everything.
He's not going down like that.
What? You mean you admit to it?
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame laid with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky? I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the bodies across the room. I ended up using the evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
But why?
For insurance. For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to prepare for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You know, I just kind of thought of something. The memes where, like, you know, it's like that little key on the keyboard that says upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. White, big upgrade, this guy.
Fuck, go back.
Fuck, go back. Too good, too good.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
Objection!
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
How did he loop us right back into this?
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do all that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence that you could present.
Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late.
It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine.
Show the evidence this time.
You can't be serious.
It's weird, just trust me.
Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
All right then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
You can't,
Show the
honest.
cloth.
You can't be serious.
You show the cloth.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes! At last you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on leather. There must be a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean...
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that?
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... We have no choice but to tell the truth.
Yep.
Emma? Emma Sky?
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Oh, you're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along. And you still tried to pin the murder on me.
So it's true. Tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Sky,
You know those fingerprints would... you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Sky, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet.
Huh. But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy.
It'll be a cold day in hell before that. Please actually say that, Phoenix. Darn it.
What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh, and that, what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
what?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
I think you know.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Dude, I have no idea.
Okay, present Lana's picture.
What, this?
No,
no, wait.
the new one.
This one.
Remember, Lana was the first on the scene and took this picture before she called for help.
Took this picture before she called for
If
help.
that's the case, why is it already cut out?
Like, literally, as you said it, that thought clicked into my mind. Holy crap.
This guy is slimy. And what exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it.
Oh, I just realized too. Look,
What? Where?
look where the piece was taken off on.
The left side of his jacket, yeah?
What's underneath his jacket?
Well, it's vest, technically, my bad.
His shirt. Yeah, what's underneath his vest?
Wait a minute.
His shirt. What's on his shirt?
Blood, yeah.
Shouldn't the blood shouldn't be there.
Yeah, the blood should be there later. Or no, the blood shouldn't be there at all if he was killed upon impact like this. Or,
Yes.
well, if his jacket was intact at the time of the death.
Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest was soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth.
Has no blood on it.
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
It was cut out before.
there's no blood on it.
Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
No, this is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside.
He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out.
If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor sword?
Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it.
You bastard! Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you purposefully cut out, that you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. It's finally all over. Huh?
Objection. That was close, Rhino. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute all your allegations.
What do you mean, refute his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Order! Order! What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Uji? Earlier, old Rhino Heel concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Rhino? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present the evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair!
Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth,
True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
well, Mr. Wright,
We have one way to make this work.
It seems, at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
We did not. By
course.
technicality.
Of course we didn't. We said at this point in time. I admit, I refused to present it at one point.
Ah, so the evidence is illegal.
Objection!
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Huh?
It's not that I didn't present, It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
We couldn't.
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No, Aji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present the evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so.
Can you prove it?
Well, maybe. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be revealed to the case. We did present it. Thank you, vague wording of laws. You actually worked in our favor for once in your existence. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law.
Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department.
Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Sorry, but can you recall when this picture was presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago.
No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless.
The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant.
You yourself confessed to a certain truth.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes. No, no. It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth.
The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you! We broke him.
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insists on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman.
Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. And all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many unanswered questions left.
He opened his evidence locker. And as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall.
well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would only lead to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worried so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint. Detective Gumshoe's locker.
I used to be known as a crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments and the glove.
Yeah. Looks like I was better off being the investigator of crimes than a committer. They did their best to get in my way. I gotta hand it to them. They do their job well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy. Why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator, and an example of others to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Righto here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong.
I gotta give him respect for, like, he realizes he was defeated and now he's just kind of like, well, so be it. Goodbye.
It's almost as if he has like a weight off his chest.
You know what? That's a good way to describe it.
Like he's back to his like kind of jovial personality again. In fact, I can hear them already. The melancholic sounds of a new beginning.
I think it's melodious.
A melodious sounds of a new beginning.
There are two things I want to understand.
Yes.
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky? You no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble.
My. What high standards do you have for a rookie? I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top.
Aww.
Riley smiled. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Miss Sky.
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing.
Liar?
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact that you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free from those heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charges of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, not guilty.
All right.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
Yeah, but she's probably gonna get a year for those, forging evidence and accomplice.
A couple years in prison is better than death
Yeah, or life in prison.
or life in prison.
At long last, it's finally over. Emma! Why the long face? It's not like your sister's going to jail for a few years. I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for murder. Wait, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended.
I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well.
She hasn't smiled in a while, I take it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I did my best too. But
Aww.
Lana didn't say a single word to me.
What? Why do you have such bad timing?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
Oop, I did it again.
Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a deputy run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, line up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Yay! She gets to see her
Yay!
sister.
Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Hey!
Emma, I owe you an apology.
It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess.
Sis.
I asked Grant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared you would look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
But sis, you were only doing it for me.
No.
Huh?
I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you.
Sis.
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy?
Of course! You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have.
Yay, she smiled again.
Yay! Aww.
Screenshot that.
Oh, trust me, I will.
Oh, okay.
No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on together. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you have done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday.
Foreshadowing, I can feel it.
Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Oh, he's here? Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here. I was playing the Xbox, Mom.
Where was he hiding?
I just came to say congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. No? We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me.
Huh?
No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
But Edgeworth.
Who knows? Given enough time, I might try to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Oh, yeah.
What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana is talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Okay, just tell me what it is. I don't feel like searching for it.
Present the evidence list.
What? Oh, this one?
Yes.
That's the picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture.
It didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth?
If you'll excuse me, there's still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Edgeworth! What will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you.
I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem.
Edgeworth. I'll be waiting for you in court.
Farewell. I better be going too.
Okay, but I'll be by to Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon.
It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you.
Scientific investigation.
Scientific investigation.
It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well.
Thanks, sis. I will.
She's beautiful when she smiles.
Mm-hmm.
And so, another case came to close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith in their lives have only just begun. Well, Lana's in a few years after she's paid for her crimes. And as for me,
Right.
I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. God! Stop it, Gumshoe!
Well, don't go tracking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, detective?
There's just a little matter of resolution about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like that.
But
I thought you said it was okay!
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh?
And basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh?
way to go, detective! I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see. Mr. Right here's the one you'll be Mr. Wright here's the one who will be footing the bill.
Hey! I didn't approve of this! Huh? Huh?
What, you think I can afford this in my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream.
Hey, got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Objection!
Wright and Co. Wright and Co. Head out.
Yikes. Hopefully he's able to pay it off with how much Lana paid. Oh, what's this?
I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top corner. That's hilarious that you gave her a British accent.
Pretty much.
That's perfect.
Yo, that was
So I
kind of by
managed to
mistake.
find my-
Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma after
Emma.
a certain amount of time, I guess.
Well, yeah.
Why did it not let me just... Oh, God. I hate it when it auto moves through the text. At least we have the VOD to go back and watch it.
Right.
Yeah, it was getting like more and more... Okay.
Yikes, I thought it was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation in the chief office. If we penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off like that easily.
Yeah, it was getting really hard to differentiate Maya and Emma's voices. So I just like, all right, fuck it. I'll give Emma an accent.
I liked it.
Thank you. I never thought my British accent
33
sounded very
hours.
good. So you played this game for about 33 hours counting the stream. Wow. Good
The
use
new
of
corpse
time.
Party.
Wait, what?
My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard.
My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today.
I'll show them, though. Someday I'm going to make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe.
What
Oh,
about
yeah,
Corpse
otherwise
Party?
it's the Gumshoe. This is our new corpse party.
There will never be another corpse party. They're two separate things.
Well, yeah. No, I mean, this is just our new thing.
Fair enough. I still think the corpse party one, like I really enjoy this game. Don't get me wrong. Oh God, make it go away. I really enjoy this series, but I don't think anything will ever top our corpse party series.
The corpse party was fun. He died. No, Blue Badger. No.
Good riddance.
The man, the myth, the legend. Can we get F's in the chat?
I'm not putting an F in the chat for that thing. Oh, Jake Marshall.
What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with the steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak one in. She's seen one of the guards in here. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even give Bambita back her smile. You make sure Billy and the gang get their water.
Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. A farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around it.
Exam
Just make
time.
sure not to eat it backwards. As horrible as some of the corpse party games where I agree those streams were great. Yeah, no, the first game was great. The others were horrible, but it was still a great series.
Mm-hmm. I have a special place for corpse party.
I'll never forget what the young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing, something for, how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, got to go. Wow, I've never seen the judge not in his chair before.
We got more of this game. though, too. We got the second game.
Oh yeah, we got the second and the third game.
Yep. 4 cases in the second game, 5 cases in the third game.
Yikes, we're gonna be doing this until next year. Maya!
It's Maya!
Nothing suits the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium.
Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin.
Coming! Well, see you around, Nick.
Huh? Well, that just kind of happened out of nowhere.
That background is something that pops up in the second game.
Okay.
Remember, this takes place after it takes place right after the events of the fourth.
Right, the second game existed when this extra chapter was added,
The
right?
second and the third game existed.
Oh, wow, okay. Mr. Edgeworth. Bellboy! Oh, Mr. Edgeworth? I brought you your tea set. Or I brought you your tea. What's going on?
Oh, there's Emma. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything.
Is Europe where the spin-offs take place?
I'm a little sad, but I'll be all right.
I think so, yeah, because...
Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
Sorry to interrupt, but the...
No, it's okay. I believe the Edgeworth spin-off, you help Interpol.
Aw, what's
It's
this?
another crime scene.
Oh, god damn it. Oh, is that Lana and a little... Aww. Oh, that's adorable.
So cute.
They look like twins almost. Well, okay, not twins, but they look very similar in this.
Mm-hmm.
Achievement unlocked. Rise from the ashes. Nice.
And there we go. We're done with the first Phoenix Ace Attorney game.
Holy crap.
In my opinion, I think it just gets better from here.
Really?
Like,
oh god.
I'm not even saying. I was reading up with what's up with the second games because like I said, I played these games before, and I forgot the order everything takes place. The second game has some cool stuff in it.
Some cool stuff. You know what? Maya's coming back either way, so you know what? I'm
Maya's
excited for
coming
that.
back.
Maya coming back. Please tell me, are we gonna see Maya next stream?
I'm trying to remember.
We're gonna be
first
going
case-
in at least 3 hours into the second game, so
We will definitely be getting through the first case, which is another one of those kind of tutorial cases.
okay. All right, so the chances are high, at least, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then hopefully we'll be meeting the new prosecutor. And yes, there is a new prosecutor for the second game.
Right. I remember hearing about that.
There
I don't know his name yet.
Each game introduces a new prosecutor.
Okay.
We'll have fun.
Yeah. No, this is
And they have a big part in the story. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, I'm looking forward to next week.
I am too.
Well, for
I am
now,
too.
I've got a train to catch. So
Are you going to Europe
never.
with Emma?
Maybe.
You're like, okay.
All right, guys.
We do see, don't worry, Bonfire. We do see Edgeworth, but he just doesn't play the same role as the main antagonist force.
Fine by me.
We still get to
At
see
least we
our
still
good
get
old
Edgeworth.
We still get Edgy, more kind of like a support role.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, we will see you next week with Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney 2. Until then.
I think it's Trial and Turbulation.
You know what? Let's just Let's find out real fast.
Justice for all.
Okay,
Trial Termination is the third game.
Okay. We'll see you
Justice
next
for
week
all.
with Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Justice for All. Until then.
See ya.